room for Murguia. He'll get it back there on the right side, right outside the B1G sign, trying to beat Cyrus. Crosses it in, and then it is kicked out of bounds to right where it came from by the Wildcats. So a deep throw-in for the Roos. Should specify a throw-in deep in the Wildcat half.
And a lot of teams have been starting to utilize this deep throw-in as a sort of corner kick from that position. Doesn't look like it'll be that way this time from how Kansas City is lining up, but does give an opportunity for a nice entrance into the box.
Quick play and a cross coming in. Header is going to go high and wide as the Roos tried to have a little tiny give and go as they didn't have a lot of space to work with in the corner, but they were able to get away a decent cross. It was just curling out a little bit too much and too high for any one of the three white shirts in the box. It is Kansas City in its away whites, Northwestern in its home purple and black stripes, the kits. Mijan Miskovic has not been tested very much this season. Has only made 4 saves on the year, faced 5 shots on goal. As he and Vandre have split time. Roos trying to go wide again, looking for Murguia, and it is just not going to be there as the touch from Nufang was too strong, right into the Wildcat bench.
Could have been a big opportunity there. Maybe even if Nufang brought the ball down a little bit, kept that within the Roos possession.
Vicente Castro will take a small tumble and a foul called on the Roos. So Northwestern in shallow Roo half of the field will have possession. Looked like the Roos might have set up for a 2-man wall, but they will back off now as Castro signaling some kind of realignment to his teammates as Ziegelboim will move forward.
Roos can't be too concerned with any plays entering the box yet, but if the Cats were to maybe pull an opportunity, it would be here.
Most of the players are lined up about 10 yards outside the 18-yard box as Castro will send one in. Header. Ziegelboim has it now in the box, trying to get one away. It was deflected and blocked before it could really go anywhere, and a good defensive play by a couple of Roos who came to converge upon the Northwestern defender.
Yeah, Ziegelboim certainly had a shot opportunity there. Just took an extra moment to corral it. Maybe if he was able to one-touch that, would have gotten a shot on goal, but can't be too disappointed with the patience.
Shows you just what a couple of runs can generate in terms of set pieces and then the danger that those create. As Dudek will play to Ziegelboim on the near side as the Roos try to trap, and it works. They're able to come away with it, but they can't handle it themselves. Castro had it knocked away from him and out off of Kansas City. So a throw on the near side for Northwestern in the opposing half. Richie Bennett now, a longtime midfielder, an absolute workhorse. Second on the team in minutes last year, and he led them his sophomore year. As Happy Melly eventually comes away with it, dancing around in his own end. And Kasic will play it forward now to Hirakawa, who sidesteps Kimiyavi before sending it back.
That's the second time we've seen Hirakawa kind of put a nice move on a Northwestern defender and on Bardia Kimiyavi, who's usually one of the best defenders on this Northwestern roster, even coming from the forward position.
Yeah, he's been normally playing defense as Kimiyavi comes up with a turnover and will race down the near side towards the box. Cuts back now on his left foot. Waits, sends it back now, very patient. Richie Bennett now going to send one in, making a run as McCamey, and he just can't settle it as Cooper Clark athletically comes out to make a save.
Oh, that was a great pass inside. Really hit him in stride as well on the left side of the box, but too much for Cooper Clark. Cooper Clark comes out of the box and makes sure the save is made.
Cooper Clark, if he's busy today, Cooper Clark has been much busier than Miha Miskovic. Miskovic, as I mentioned earlier, in his time thus far this season has made 4 saves. He's faced 5 shots on goal. Cooper Clark has made 20 saves in the same number of games. So he is very used to being busy. Kansas City is being outshot by a margin of 17.7 shots their opponents get per game. They take just 7. There is plenty of room for Northwestern on the left side. If Castro could turn away from a little bit of a scrum, and now he can on the near side to Kimiavi, who's slowly becoming more and more invested in this game. He finds Castro near the touchline. Castro will send one in with the left foot, and it is partially cleared by Kosic. And now they will start out again with Murguia.
Vlad Jokic was streaking down the center of the field. He wanted Kasic to send him that ball. A little frustrated that he didn't get it, but 2 Northwestern defenders draped all over him. Maybe not the best pass opportunity.
Now it's Nafang playing it into the middle, looking for a quick touch. Was Jokic, but he could not connect. And it is Paul Sun for Northwestern. And now Weiss, can he run onto it? No, just let it run over him a little bit too much. Thought he had a little more space there, but it was Kosic who was there to clean things up. And now start things the other way for the Roos. Plenty of room in the middle of the field, playing out wide. And the only recipient of that pass was Jason Cyrus. Anyone within a 5-yard radius was Jason Cyrus, and the Wildcats will play it back on the far side a little bit, and now look to move forward, but just a little bit disjointed here. We've seen some moments of encouragement, of promise, really, on both sides, but otherwise it's been sloppy thus far.
Yeah, both teams are struggling to hold on to the ball for longer than a few seconds at a time, and it's a result of a lot of things, Eli. You talked about the wind being a factor, and Northwestern takes over possession again here.
Yeah, Castro was able to spin out of a couple of defenders, and his pass just a little too soft for Kimiavi, as Hirakawa was able to run in front of it.
Nice piece of dribbling there from Jokic, staying away from the Northwestern defense and getting it to a teammate.
Here's Kimiavi now on the near side. He's able to get over Hirakawa, and Melli trying to track him down now. And Kimiavi will still take the throw, as it looked like it might have ricocheted off of his foot, but the near official said no, it is KC ball. Northwestern possession. Last touch by KC. Cyrus tried to go through one Roo, and with a deflection, it falls to Richie Bennett, who sends it back to the near side for Kimiavi. Gordon making an overlapping run. Here is Kimiavi. Will lay it back for Bennett. Bennett threw a perfect ball in before. Another one now looking for Weiss, was just a little too tall for him, or the defender was really too tall for Weiss, who stands at just 5'9". Back and forth we go. This is an entertaining, despite no real, point-blank chances yet, plenty of up and down action. There's now a ball in from the far side is going to way oversail from Murguia.
Yeah, say what you will about Kansas City's ability to hold on to the ball. They certainly have a lot of chemistry between the players, despite the fact that many of them are transfer students, Eli. A lot of them seem to have an understanding of where players are at even before looking at them. On this far side, we saw a player pull back and header it right straight back to Hirakawa. Those are just kind of those veteran plays that you can't expect younger soccer players to develop so easily.
Bennett ahead on. Ooh, it looked promising for Weiss, but a whistle that will go against Northwestern.
Yeah, it looked like Kosic was beat on that play. Might have had a good opportunity there for Justin Weiss, but it's called off by offsides.
So still 0-0 here at Martin Stadium. Kansas City and Northwestern as we hit the 20th minute. Hirakawa to throw on the near side. And Melly coming away from Richie Bennett with some room in the midfield. Now to Nafang, who will once again swing it out wide. Now to Soler, who's pushing up into the Wildcats' half. We've seen him do that quite a few times. These root defenders are, especially him and Hirakawa, really the edge defenders, are no strangers to pushing up. Soler will send it out again. But now the Roos are a little bit more content to be a little patient going forward. A heavy touch leads to a deflection out off of Weiss. But a good play from the Wildcat nonetheless.
Weiss has been very active from that forward position as well, making his presence felt, not giving Kansas City any easy passes.
Ziegelboim, that was a bold play for him, coming in from a little bit behind as he was trying to run onto a throw and cut the route, essentially, but he lowered his head to get a little lower to get the ball and nearly took a cleat to the face. But he kind of knew what he was doing because he drew a whistle and Northwestern possession from it, as he'll find McCamey in the middle. Back to Dudek, who will boot it forward for Cyrus, fellow defender who's pushed up all the way on the left side. McCamey's got pressure on him, but he's able to turn away from it and find Dudek, who feeds it right back. Far side. Now it is Castro. He's a wizard with the ball at his feet. Sometimes he just needs a couple inches more space to make some magic happen. That ball from Cyrus was not really to anyone, and the Roos and Melly are able to come away with it. Long ball coming as Munoz just couldn't run onto it. He was offside. Now we find out. Either way, these Roos not going to stay back and park the bus. For the Wildcats, you'll notice they're probably pushing forward more than they would in prior years. Tim Lenahan, known for being more of a conservative tactician, as Miskovich boots one forward, Weiss in the box, as there are two Root defenders who are able to successfully shield that ball out of bounds. Weiss tried to get a touch on it. It just occurred right after it had gone over the touchline. But with Russell Payne, it's still a defensive strategy, but he wants to see them going forward and building as soon as they get possession.
Well, that's got to be an adjustment that you got to make, especially considering how many failed offensive opportunities they had last season. There were some bright spots, but certainly offensive output was a major concern for Tim Lenahan's squad, and that's definitely something Coach Payne is trying to work on here, seeing a lot more attack from these forwards.
And it's not necessarily easy to do that, especially with a program that really isn't his yet. He hasn't brought in his own players yet, or those who we think would fit his system. You know, Tim Lenahan has recruited this entire roster for, his style of play. So some of these players are not used to going forward as much, but they can now. Weiss, it falls to him on the near side, into the box. He will cut, play it across, and then it reached a couple of Roos before it could really get into any further danger as they try to move it away. But that pass from Munoz was far too strong for Jokic, and it eventually falls from Ziegelboim to Miskovich.
We've seen that a few times where Weiss or another Northwestern forward will have an opportunity inside the box, but we'll try to take a moment to get a better shot opportunity, and it'll fall out of Northwestern's possession.
Plenty of action here in the first 24 minutes. No score between the visiting Roos of Kansas City and the Northwestern Wildcats. Roos coming in at 0-2-1. Wildcats 1-1-1. Another ball for Weiss. He tries to bring it down out of the air. Defended by two white kits. And it's Hirakawa that comes away with it. But again, no team can hold on to the ball for especially long. And the Wildcats have it back now, beginning to press into Roo possession yet again.
We didn't mention, Eli, that Ron Brown is now on the pitch. Definitely another one of those players to look out for. He has been very pivotal for the Cats in scoring goals and an offense that, as we mentioned, has remained stagnant for much of his career here.
Ron Brown, who joined Northwestern just last season as a 23-year-old after serving his duty in the Israeli army, scored Northwestern's first goal of the season against Chicago State. And if there's a scouting report on him, it's that he is athletic, physical, and good at winning headers at any part of the field.
Well, if you just look at him from here, he's one of the tallest players on the pitch, towering over the guys around him, and certainly a force to be reckoned with on those jump balls, as you mentioned.
So now Brown is in the middle with Kimiavi, Bennett. Kimiavi and Bennett. As Russell Payne shakes things up a little bit. The Roos have it back. Now sending it forward, finding Munoz and Nufang. Trying to play it out wide. It deflects into the middle in the box. There's a chance and a goal.
Kansas City goal.
Some fortuitous bounces, and it ends up on the foot of Jokic, who gives Kansas City the early lead. Not really a chance for Miskovich there.
Not a chance at all, and that's kind of what we've seen across Miha Miskovich's career. The goals that he lets up are more of, bad plays on the part of the defense. That was definitely a scenario in which that was the case. Ball just kind of bounced around and ended up behind the back line. That's just going to happen, especially when you have as prolific of a scorer as Vlad Jokic around that area.
So an early 1-0 lead. It's 25 minutes in. It's a 1-0 lead for the Roos. And another substitution made by the Wildcats, Joseph Arena. He'll give Weiss a rest, as now he will try to make a touch in the box. And Cooper Clark able to corral a very mild ball coming from the touchline. But Arena making his reappearance for Northwestern after picking up a red card in the Northwestern's match versus UIC. He scored in his first ever collegiate game last year versus Michigan. And in his 2 games that he's played, he's registered 3 shots, which is more than you can say for any other player outside of a couple, Justin Weiss and Vicente Castro. So definitely one of Northwestern's playmakers, play creators, as quick giving goes to Alex Gordon. Nice sliding play by Nufang to take back the ball, and Munoz will play it out wide for Soler. More sloppiness in the midfield. Castro trying to dance away from a couple defenders. He just needs someone to get it to, and you just think, Streaman, if he can turn away from one and make a quick pass, there's got to be some open space that can be found if the plays are made in a timely manner, but nothing has been there yet.
Yeah, maybe if Castro can be moved into Kimiavi's spot on that right side of the forward position, he might be able to take advantage of, Kimiavi's 2, 3, 4, maybe even opportunities that we've seen from him. Though Kimiavi hasn't been able to capitalize as a result of, maybe a little bit too much pace and patience. Not any, good shots from Northwestern that have really threatened Kansas City so far.
4 shots for the Roos to just the Wildcats 1. And they lead 1-0. Does Kansas City, and moving forward again, the cross comes in, and Ziegelboim fended one out, an over goal. It looked like that could have been a very dangerous touch coming in from the sliding center back.
Yeah, he came in with some speed. Those are kind of the worst case scenarios if you're a defender coming in, especially going straight against your keeper, but he was smart enough to get his foot under the ball enough to where that one skies right over the net.
So it goes for a Kansas City corner.
Kansas City.
Hirakawa and Murguia will stand over it. Hirakawa the lefty, Murguia the righty. And it will be Hirakawa to take it. Sliding ball in, and it's then cleared out after a couple of touches by Gordon. Now before it is skied back in, and Miskovic will watch it bounce over him, the goal, and into the netting before it could go to the parking lot. As we hit the 30th minute, Miskovic, one save, one goal allowed thus far in the opening half hour. Thus far, Cooper Clark, nothing to report on his end. No official shot on goal registered by the Wildcats. Another change for the Wildcats. Eric Smits, who scored the game-winning header against Loyola, will replace Vicente Castro. Ball down the right side, and Cyrus will be whistled for a foul as he was just a half a step behind Kimura. Haven't called Kimura's name a ton thus far, but he is still on the turf adjusting his left sock and now rises to his feet. So right inside the B1G logo on the Wildcat side of the field, the Roos will have a set piece as everyone else gathers in a posse on the edge of the 18. Truman, this is a big moment for Northwestern. You don't want to potentially give up another goal here with a set piece. You know, that's always an opportunity for the opposition. You can't afford to go down 2-0 here, not even a half hour in.
No, certainly not. And Northwestern struggled with keeping the ball in front of them, and the one goal that Kansas City has scored was a result of that. The ball just kind of got right behind a few defenders bouncing around. We've mentioned a few times as a rather sloppy game. It's certainly an effect of that.
Hirakawa sends one high swirling ball in, but Miskovic up to the task and easily able to make the grab, and he will outlet quickly on the near side, and a quick ball looking for Arena, who is just not on target, and Cooper Clark will send it away. Wildcats trying to press forward. They did a decent job before that KC goal, but looks like the Roos have gotten a little extra life after the score. Sigelboim through a couple of defenders, pretty deft for a defender himself, and will send it wide to Kimiavi. With that speed, can make any defender shake. Trying to go through a couple of though, and that won't work. Soler out with it, moving quickly. Now to Munoz. Now Lar, who was on the pitch as a substitute. This one sent in easily handled by Miskovic off the left foot of Hirakawa, as things have settled down just a little bit more.
Miskovic, despite not getting too much action in early games, has been finding his way fine around the net. Been aggressive enough to come out and attack some of these Kansas City players, and making sure that he's not too submissive in his approach.
Recent sub Jose Del Valle will take one off the chest as he needs a second or two to catch his breath. Went out off of him, so it's a Kansas City throw, and a bit of a fire wagon of a change for Ryan Poor's squad, as Hirakawa, Munoz,
Kansas City
and Jokic will all exit.
Number 2, Hugo Von Rice.
Hugo Von Rice.
16, Carson Lindsay.
Carson Lindsay.
28, Joan Castells.
And Joan Castell will all
14,
check in
Hirakawa.
for the
17,
Roos.
Kelly Munoz.
Again, as Shreeman noted early on in this one, not an especially deep bench for Kansas City.
Well, they're seeming to empty the gauntlet here. I mean, that's 4 of, it looks like 8 players on their bench coming in.
Wildcats moving quickly after a foul on KC. Here's Richie Bennett in the box, throwing it across, and right there is Bardia Kimiavi to finish it off.
Wildcats goal.
Great pass across the box. Looked like Clark would have been able to come across and make the save himself early, but he waited for Kimiavi to make a move, and it was just one touch and gets to the back of the net.
And that play was all made by, it was either Gordon or Ziegelboim who took the quick kick as Del Valle was taking his time getting up. I think Kansas City was thinking it was going to take a little longer. He wasn't waiting for them. Bennett was right there to make the run on the ball. No one on him. Perfect ball across. Northwestern had numbers, and Cooper Clark never really had a shot at that. Clinical finish by Kimiavi, and Northwestern desperately gets the equalizer it needs not long after they went down.
And that just shows that Northwestern, while their offensive sets may not be giving them as much success as they'd like, they're recovering well in terms of pushing the ball out of these defensive plays.
So now we are level here at 1 Martin Stadium. Kansas City and Northwestern about to hit the 34th minute. It was a goal from Vlad Jokic that put Kansas City on top roughly 5 minutes ago. And then just a minute ago, Bardia Kimiavi notches his first goal and second and third points of the season as he assisted on Smits's game winner against Loyola. So it's now a 2-game point streak for the senior from Reston, Virginia. Check that, the junior from Reston, Virginia, as Ziegelboim was able to draw a yellow card. And they're sending it forward yet again. Miskovic, Kimiavi again in front. And he is taken down. No call. The referee adamant that any contact was legal as Cooper Clark was able to come and whisk the ball to safety.
That certainly looked like that should have been carded. I think from the referee's perspective, it might have appeared that the player was simply just making a play on the ball. But from our view, Eli, we could clearly see there's a little bit of a shoulder shiver there that went straight into Kimiavi and knocked him over.
Yeah, what I think was tough from the referee's position and thus Kimiavi's to get a call is that he was surrounded by at least 2, maybe 3 white jerseys, that it's going to be tough for him to be able to get through that. And, it's more likely that they're just legally going to be able to take the ball from him as opposed to if it's one-on-one, it's much easier to see him go down because of the defender in a non-legal fashion. But no call either way. The Wildcats certainly look a little bit more energized. All it took was a heads-up play from the offense, from a defender to a midfielder to the left foot of a pure striker. 1-1 here. Ziegelboim's been all over the place as he usually tends to be. Here come the Roos looking to play wide. And a nice job by Jason Cyrus to take it away on the far side. Ron Brown working in tight quarters, a giveaway. And there's Lar right to Miskovic, who was waiting for it.
Yeah, easy save there for Miskovic. Again, so much veteran talent he brings to this team from that goalkeeper position.
Miha Miskovic, who is 3rd in Northwestern program history with 17 shutouts. He will not get number 18 today, as they've already given up a goal, but certainly an impressive career for the goalkeeper from Zemun, Serbia. Ahead, Kimiavi looking for Smits, who was taken down, but cleanly, signals the referee. It's an entirely new Northwestern program, minus the players. A new head coach, 2 new assistants, and a new director of soccer operations. all learning to play under a new coach after nearly 2 decades of the previous coach, Tim Lenahan. And in their home opener, the Wildcats have looked as they have through the first 3+ games of the season now, up and down, plenty of good, but also some things that they're probably going to want back. And that's one that Dudek is going to want back, as he thought Kimiavi was making a run, only to send it forward with no Kimiavi and only Soler waiting to intercept that pass.
That's really all Northwestern can hope for at this point. No offensive sets have really resulted in any success for them, even any corner kicks, nothing that's given them a little bit of time to sink into what they want to run. Everything has come out of these deep passes from the center and back sides of the field.
Good pressure from Arena had forced Murtha to send it away early, but Alex Gordon kind of cornered between Wanru and the sideline, gave it right back.
Yeah, Arena wanted that pass a little bit shorter and staying on the ground, but ended up resulting in more of a clear there from Gordon right over his head.
So Lair sending it wide over Cyrus. And then on the far side, here is Kimura darting in and throwing up a left foot that sails high.
Well, that's really a great play on all ends from Kimura. He was able to get a nice touch off of a tough pass there that sailed right over Cyrus's right foot. And then off of that touch, able to get by another defender and fire a shot just over the goal. But those are the kinds of things as a coach that you got to be a little bit pleased to see. A lot of talent there from Kimura and goal scoring potential.
The Northwestern training staff is going to take a look at Cyrus. Cyrus, who is at left back, seeing his first action this season, or this season he is seeing his first action since 2019. The junior from Severn, Maryland, went to the McDonough School just outside Baltimore. So Cyrus, as we've got a brief hydration break, or at least the players are taking advantage of that to get a drink of water. 39th minute, 1-1. Kansas City tied with Northwestern. So with Cyrus out, the formation looks a little different for Northwestern. Ziegelboim, Gordon, and Dudek still there.
Number 3, Ibrahim Obeid.
But Ibrahim Obeid, the freshman, will take the place of Cyrus. Obeid has seen some action this year, played in all 3 games, started 1. So no stranger to the position or the moment. But it's likely that Kansas City, who has moved the ball time and time again far out wide, will test Obeid immediately, but he is up to the challenge with a sliding tackle. But right back there again. You see his oars. He's got speed, Shreeman.
He really does, and he's got physicality as well. He's not afraid to get into these piles and come out with the ball.
Trying to get through a couple of Wildcats and successfully until he drew a foul was Nifang. Nifang has been involved in several moves forward for the Roos. He's already registered 2 shots today and has been carving his way through the middle of through Northwestern's midfield, I should say. And we have a root down, and a yellow card is going to be shown as Murguia is writhing in pain, and the trainer is going to come out. Sherman, I can't say that I saw anything nefarious happen or anything too significant to cause it, but there is serious pain from a limping Murguia, and I don't know if the card was charged to or shown to Bennett or if it was Joey Arena who was walking in the same area, but Merguia is going to kind of gimpily trot off, and Nufang has quite an opportunity here from right outside the 18 on a set piece.
He's straight up lined up with the goal.
This is a dangerous area for a free kick, as Northwestern is going to set up a 5-man wall. Not that it's exactly that close to him, but he's got to get it over them and dip it alone. There it is. What a shot! And it is just wide. Ooh, that is a dangerous-looking attempt from Arn Nufang.
And a good-looking shot, too. It was definitely scary for Miskovich there as he originally lined up on that right side of the net and then shifted over to the left as Nufang readied himself. And Nufang went that way, but Miskovich was prepared to dive in that direction. Thankfully enough for him, does not paint the corner.
You know, and that, as a goalie and as a defense, is how this is all supposed to work. You trust that your wall is going to hold its side and you're not going to have to stand there and potentially have to dive there unless it is truly an unbelievable kick. And if it goes left, there you are to save it. But the wall essentially forces it wide, potentially a giveaway here. Miskovich comes out to head it off of a bounce and shuffle it away from danger. The Wildcats just a little bit too sloppy with their touches, as Miskovich is going to reset yet again, only to give it back to Kansas City as we hit the 42nd minute. Ron Brown, the referee says play on, and here come the Wildcats. Kimiavi to his left, he'll dish it off to him. Into the box are several Wildcats. The cross from Kimiavi, saved by Clark. Back to Kimiavi now as he looks to briefly reset, trying to dance away from a couple, and that will go for a corner as Soler punched it out over the touchline. So good work yet again. Ardia Kimiavi has been involved in basically every kind of menacing Northwestern opportunity thus far this afternoon.
Yeah, that first shot was definitely impressive and definitely concerning for Cooper Clark there, about to maybe give up his second goal of the day. But after that, Kimiavi, if he picked his head up a little bit, he would have seen Delval streaking towards the center of the pitch, and really no one else, or the center of the box rather, and no one else really in that area. Had he made that pass, it likely would have resulted in a goal if it was able to get through the Kent State, or not the Kent State, rather, the Kansas City defense. I've still got my mind on the game from yesterday, Eli.
Ron Brown will swing it in. Spencer Howard, the grad student, has replaced Eric Smits as a high arcing and really deep, way too deep corner from Ron Brown sails over everyone. Now there is some whipping wind here. I don't know. It's been kind of swirling, not necessarily one way or the other. It does seem like it is coming towards us, which is the way the corner was sent in, but that was just way too strong.
And not very fortunate for the Cats. The first corner they've seen, and just not even an opportunity there as they give the ball right back.
Oh, a nice play from Ron Brown just to disrupt Nufang without having to make contact with him, as the touch was a little bit too heavy from Arn. And Northwestern's able to come away with it. Del Valle is signaling for it on the near side, making a run as Brown gets it to him. Del Valle now in the corner with Von Rees on him, trying to beat him to the touchline, and he does, into the box. Here's Del Valle, and there is Soler to punch it out.
And too soft of a pass there from Del Valle. Had a chance there to maybe pull that back and get a cross inside, but he went with the right foot instead of the left and did not pay off.
Check that. It is Joan Castells, not Soler, who came in to make the play on Del Valle and potentially thwart what could have been a scoring chance. Now Kimiavi again darting down one of those sidelines. He will send one in with the right foot. Del Valle heads it forward, and then it is headed by Murtha and will roll out of bounds for Northwestern throw right near the corner flag.
Yeah, nice little pass inside there. Obviously wouldn't have had enough power off of it to just head it in from as far out as he was, but getting a shot on goal would have been a nice output regardless of the outcome.
Entering the 45th minute, Northwestern has a
1 minute remaining in
chance,
the first half.
and Clark will track that down from Arena. All he could get was a little bit of a half foot on it. So we're level here at 1. Nearing the final moments of this entertaining first half. 1-1, we are tied between Kansas City and Northwestern for the Wildcats' home opener. Certainly been seen just about everything in this half, Sherman, thus far.
We have seen it all. Just everything but offensive sets for Northwestern, it looks like.
Right. It was a fortuitous bounce
9, 8,
that led to a point-blank opportunity for Vlad Jokic to give KC the lead, and then
2,
Northwestern caught
0.
KC sleeping on a set piece of its own and was able to convert.
At the end of the first half, your
Here we
score
are,
is
45
Kansas City
minutes of
1,
entertaining play in
Northwestern
the
1.
books. Northwestern and
Fans, as a reminder, face coverings are required for all fans over the age of 2 years in all indoor spaces, which includes in the restrooms at Martin Stadium. Face coverings are encouraged at all times, especially when 6 feet of social distancing cannot be maintained. During the break, pick up a bite to eat at our concession stand located near the main entrance of Martin Stadium. Thank you to our concessions partner, Levy, for providing great food at today's game. While you're up, stop by Let's Tailgate to pick up the latest and greatest Cats gear. Let's Tailgate is the official retailer of the Northwestern Wildcats and is located by the main entrance with apparel, spirit items, and more. And fans, as a reminder, the team will be signing autographs after today's game. Meet us at the north end of the stadium to get a poster or an item of your choice signed by the Wildcats.
Conversations with a stranger, baby, no. Swearing this will be the last, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose or use or do. My bad habits lead to rocky. I just stare in space, and I know I lose control of the things that I say. Yeah, I was looking for a way out, now I can't escape. Nothing I can tell the truth. It's true, it's true. My bad habits lead to conversations with a stranger. I barely know. Swearing this will be the last, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose or use or do. My bad habits lead to rocky. I stare in space, and I know I lose control of the things that I say. Yeah, I was looking for a way out, now we can't escape. Nothing happens to you. It's true, it's true. My bad habits lead to
score for KC. Final 45 coming up here from Evanston. The Wildcats in their home opener looking to notch their second victory of the season as KC tries to pick up its first win of the season. And as it plays its first non-ranked opponent in 4 games to open the season. Miskovich remains in net for the Wildcats. He and Ethan Bandre have split some time, but Miskovich will look for his second straight 90-minute appearance. And Cooper Clark, who was called upon when needed and really didn't have any shot on the Northwestern goal, remains in net for the Roos, as Ron Brown will send one down the near side immediately off the first touch and send it too long and out of bounds for Paul Sun. For Northwestern across the back, it is Dudek, Ziegelboim, Gordon, and Obeid. Obeid came in after Jason Cyrus went down with an injury towards the end of the first half, and now it's being played along the left side and crossed in from the Roos. It falls to the foot and sent across. Trying to clear is Del Valle. He can't. Shot from Munoz will sail just over the net. Didn't quite strike it cleanly as it came off with a bit of a spin on it, but nevertheless, the Roos pressing forward. And it was Lar who had a couple of shots registered in the first half, who was there to make the cross.
Yeah, Munoz coming in with an impressive first possession again for Kansas City. Had that nice little touch over the top and had a pass in stride down the left line. And then there again with the shot.
In the midfield for Northwestern, Vicente Castro, Ron Brown, Richie Bennett, and Paul Sun. Del Valle's kind of moving between a mid and a forward. And Justin Weiss back on the pitch as Bardia Kimiavi will start the first half with an extended rest. It's a bit of a talk with the officials and the coaches on the far side as there is a clock issue. You're listening to Northwestern Men's Soccer on WNUR Sports and BTN Plus if you're just joining us. 1-1 the score as we are in the opening moments of the second half here in this non-conference matchup between the Kansas City Roos of the Summit League and the Northwestern Wildcats of the Big Ten. Far side can't be kept in by Hirakawa, and a quick throw finds Castro on the far side. Castro trying to thread one through 2 defenders, and it will go out for a corner after a deflection. So an early set piece for the Wildcats.
Northwestern
Certainly cause for celebration
Vicente
from the Cats.
Castro.
Only their second corner of the day. And maybe they can get an opportunity here as they load the box. Farthest back is
Alex Gordon.
Alex Gordon, yes.
The lefty Castro will swing one in, and that never had a chance. Just swung it way into the netting behind the goal. That's now 2 corners. Ron Brown's at the end of the first half that sailed over everyone by 10-plus yards and never had a chance. And now that one, just 2 wasted corners. You want to be able to put in a quality ball, but of course, but you got to give a chance.
Yeah.
And they're not doing that.
And usually, Eli, I would say that always try to get that cross inside. But, you know, with the way Northwestern's been playing from that corner position, maybe it is time to start just dropping that off and getting a set going instead of forcing a play across.
Some physical play in the midfield. Sun tries to come up with it. More heavy touches. Richie Bennett moving forward. Castro. It falls to Sun. Paul Sun on his left foot. Save made by Clark. Second chance. And it's in. On the rebound is Justin Weiss. His first goal is a Wildcat off of the rebound, and Northwestern takes an early second half lead.
Well, that was a great play to get it up there in the first place, but what a great job by Justin Weiss staying with the play. His tenacious effort has stayed with Northwestern through this entire game, and now they find it in result of a goal.
And if you're Northwestern, a team that has, for the last number of years now, struggled with generating offense, the best thing you can do, if you don't necessarily have stars to run an offense through, and I guess you can make a case that Weiss and Sun are two of the younger players closer to stars that Northwestern has. They're both promising talents. Is just get to the net, get to the danger areas, make Clark make a save, make him give up a rebound. And that's exactly what he did. And it's right in those, nitty gritty areas where you don't have to be flashy. All you have to do is be in the right place at the right time. And that is what Weiss has done.
That first play, it came in so hot off of, I believe it was Sun's foot that, Clark couldn't corral it, couldn't pin it down. And that's what set up the great play from Weiss.
And credit to Richie Bennett, who started that play after the ball was bounding around several different players, just to put a touch on it to get it to the speedy Sun, who, again, didn't necessarily have to control it perfectly, but just get a shot on net and create a chance. Again, give a chance, and you don't know what's going to happen. So Northwestern, now less than 5 minutes into this opening half, has taken the lead. This is 2 unanswered for the Wildcats, and they've cut their shot deficit to 7-5 as they have begun to be the aggressor here in the opening moments of the second. And an unforced error there from Soler, just ushering that one out of bounds to absolutely no one, and a throw here for Northwestern.
That was a play that the Cats were making a lot of in the beginning of this game, and now it's Kansas City that's coming away and starting to make some of those more errant mistakes.
Approaching 5:50 local time here in Evanston. Wildcats up 2-1. Murtha will look to play through the middle. It was not handled well by Castells. So now the Wildcats, Alex Gordon, who has played very well today, along with Ziegelboim. They've been impressive. The entire back line, the entire defense of Northwestern has been impressive thus far this season. No Dang Kerr today. No Dang Kerr. No Spencer Farina. They normally occupy the same center back position. Farina got nicked up at UIC a couple of games ago and is still not fit for match play. And Dang Kerr not seen any action yet today after he played nearly 80 minutes against Loyola. You're now moving into the ruse, quick touch. And they've got to be careful. A little bit of a miscommunication between Dudek and Miskovich, as neither of them really communicated as the ball converged between them, and 2 Roos were there to potentially pounce on it.
That could have gone very poorly, but Miskovich smart enough to come out and knock that ball away.
So what you have from a veteran Dudek is a grad student, but just his first season at Northwestern, a transfer from Davidson. And now it is Castro on the far side, able to force a throw. I think you've got to be pretty satisfied with what you've seen from the Northwestern defense thus far. It hasn't been perfect, but Miskovich hasn't been put in too many tough spots, that were controllable from his defense.
Definitely the case. And in terms of sparking up offense, Richie Bennett has been, nothing short of remarkable, playing a role in both of those goals that they've scored, rather.
Castells has been involved quite a bit since he came in off the bench, but this one now falls to Weiss after Brown, and the Wildcats have options here with the speedy Sun on the near side. Sun laying off for Bennett. Outside the 18, Bennett's going to swing it out wide for Del Valle, right outside the 18. He will try to cross it in, but just couldn't control it, and he sent it wide.
I really do like that pass from Bennett to kind of spread the field there. You know, he also could have had the opportunity, maybe if he tried to penetrate and get a shot on goal, but he wanted to keep the Kansas City defense wide, and that certainly made it happen. Just an errant shot there from the right side.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, Del Valle is the type of player who has so much talent. He's got a real rocket of a left foot that unfortunately he doesn't get a ton of touches to where he can necessarily get comfortable in a game or get comfortable enough to make a difference with only a couple of touches a game. That, when he gets those type of opportunities, he's overthinking a little bit. He's not just following his instinct and heading towards goal or making the simple cross. That was a really avoidable mistake right there, one that was pretty unforced. That if you're Northwestern, I think you're excited that Richie Bennett has all those opportunities right there and makes a very good pass. But if you're Jose Del Valle, you just make a simple play. So Northwestern certainly looking more spry here to begin the second half than really they did at any point in the first, even after that goal. But here are the Roos threatening on the outside of the box as Sun is able to bang bodies and force a ball away. But right there to clean things up for Kansas City is Kosic. Referee says play on as Castro finishes the tackle, and then Del Valle sending it up for Weiss. Northwestern here on the counter, 2-on-1. Sun streaking in. Here is Sun all alone with Clark. Dribbles around Clark and finishes. Absolutely clinical from Paul Sun to give Northwestern a 3-1 lead.
I mean, we've talked about his speed, but really it was his patience there and staying slow with the ball that really made that goal count. Making his way, weaving around the keeper, and, staying with the play from the very beginning, seeing that he had an opportunity to fill into the hole, and that's what he does. And that's the third goal of this game for Northwestern.
Northwestern goal scored in the 55th minute.
Two straight goals scored by first-time Northwestern goal scorers. Justin Weiss, who now has 3 points on the day. He scored the second goal and now has an assist. And Paul Sun now has his first goal as a Northwestern Wildcat, the freshman.
Yeah, really impressive play from Paul Sun, playing like a true veteran, not getting too excited and taking his time around the box. That's really what you want to see from your midfield positions.
So just like that, fewer than 10 minutes into the second half, and Northwestern has netted 2 to give itself a lead of that many. All of a sudden, things are looking that much more exciting for the Wildcats. I don't know. We're gonna have to get someone on this stream. And when's the last time Northwestern scored 3 in a soccer game?
I'm not too sure, but I'm sure if we could hit up resident stat expert Noah Kaufman, he might have an answer for us.
On the off chance that Noah is listening or watching on BTN Plus, I'm sure he'll send us a text. So it's a 2-goal lead for the Wildcats, who seem to have found something with Sun and Weiss up top. As Ron Brown comes away with it. Little stutter and gives it away. Weiss been involved in a lot today, and here they go again. Del Valle just trying to get the ball out from under his feet. Can't beat his defender Hirakawa one-on-one, and now Munoz is away for the Roos.
Looked like exactly what you assessed on the last play, that Del Valle had an opportunity there, Eli, just taking a little bit too much time with the ball, staring a little bit too hard at the ball with it at his feet rather than just trying to pick a direction and go.
What just looks like as this long ball comes in, Ziegelboim the header and Gordon going to track it down and send it out. Just looks like the ball, his body's almost too close to the ball. He's not flowing with it freely. He's trying to do a little bit, keep it a little too close. Here comes a run from Castro to that, but it's not smooth. It's not steady from Del Valle. Just needs to let the ball do the work. Otherwise, we'll see some more of those plays. Sun trying to get out of a tackle is able to draw a whistle on Soler.
Yeah, you can't really do no wrong at this point. He's staying strong with the ball despite being a first year. And as Ron Brown comes to him and tries to tell him to stay calm, in this late game, it can get a little bit frustrating with dealing with the other players. They could certainly get a little bit chippier, but you want to make sure that you don't let the emotions get the best of you. And veteran Ron Brown make sure he knows that.
I think one of the most impressive parts of that Sun goal was how composed he was. As a freshman, in your fourth game, you have all that open space. You have no one between you and the net besides the goalie. And it's so easy to want to just, take a shot right there once you get it. But he was composed and he waited, as that will go against the Wildcats, and obeyed. Just the composure to take that couple extra touches, wait that extra moment, and give yourself a wide open net. That was supremely impressive.
And knowing to pounce and strike that ball as soon as he gets that 1 inch on the keeper, that's the kind of play that Northwestern exactly needs. We've talked about how much they've been starving for offensive output. And, 2 goals in a game, that's definitely what you like to see.
The Roos are definitely looking a little deflated after 2 Northwestern goals. Here is Del Valle now into the box. Will send it across, and just a little bit too tough for Richie Bennett to redirect that header across the face of goal. It goes out for a goal kick.
Northwestern substitution returning number 4, Colin McCamey, replacing number 5, Richie Bennett.
Colin McCamey will come back after 23 first-half minutes. He'll give Richie Bennett a well-deserved rest. Sherman, you would think in a game like this, Richie Bennett's a workhorse. Should the scoreline continue to hold through the next few minutes, this is a time where you could steal Richie Bennett some early season rest.
Definitely Richie Bennett, throughout his career at Northwestern has been a guy that you've been able to consistently play, like you mentioned, but why not give him a little bit of rest and get some other players some extra time here and gaining some comfortability against a team that, like Kansas City, despite being from one of the smaller conferences, has played some big talent, and will give them a good look as to what to expect from these higher-ranked teams in the country.
Long ball into the box. A little bit of miscommunication, and Miskovich is there to clean things up, as Dudek and Ziegelboim did not communicate as to who was going to grab that ball, and that nearly ended up in the Wildcats' own net.
And Miskovich is not pleased with that play at all, and rightfully so. He had to come back across the box to make that save against a touch that came from his own player. That not a good look for the Cats.
And that's not the first time that they've looked a little bit lackadaisical in their own box. That has potentially led to a scoring opportunity for KC.
That's right. We saw Ziegelboim have to knock one out from just outside the Northwestern box a few midway through the first half, which looked a bit concerning, but thankfully enough, it did not result in a goal for the Cats' sake.
McCamey will shepherd that out of bounds as Gordon will come to take the throw. Just about a half hour left in this one. We are an hour in. Northwestern, a 3-1 lead after 2 quick strike goals here in the second half. Weiss trying to keep that one in play. But right into the waiting arms of Cooper Clark. Near side, good play by Ron Brown. Did not get any ball or man, but he did force a giveaway. And now here is Obeid, the freshman defender from Dearborn, Michigan, will attempt to send one in. It is deflected out for a throw.
Obeid had an opportunity there earlier for a pass, and he passed it up in favor of an attack, and I guess it works. He does gain a few yards possession space.
Quick give and go. Castro, McCamey, a left foot cross right into the hands of Cooper Clark. And Casey is going to move quickly. This is Castells with his large frame through. Gordon's able to cut off the run and just knock that out of bounds. Good play by a defender who's had a strong afternoon. Again, Northwestern in its home opener looking to notch its second win of the season. A little bit of confusion amongst the referees as to if that's a goal or a corner kick. They're going to settle on goal kick, and that will favor Northwestern.
Northwestern substitution returning to the match, number 7, Bardia Kimiavi.
And I think as Bardia Kimiavi returns for Jose Del Valle, this offense has been good things you can say at least about it in spurts. I mean, Kimiavi has looked great in the first half. This is his first action of the second. Vicente Castro has been everywhere this afternoon. I mean, between Justin Weiss, now a goal and an assist, he has been mightily impressive. And Paul Sun has welcomed to Northwestern Paul Sun here in the second half. Those are four forwards who sometimes come back to play mid that have been, they give you reason for excitement if you're Northwestern.
Definitely the case, and with Kimiavi maybe entering as that left forward position, you start to give the Cats a little bit more offensive viability, even more than they've already shown in the second half.
Cooper Clark, a gutsy little head after he couldn't take that with his hands outside of the 18. Now here's Kimiavi. What a move, sending it in. Gonna turn. Here's McCamey, left foot, and that deflection is well handled on a dive by Clark.
A lot of unselfish play around the box. You love to see it if you're a Wildcat fan. And despite the easy save for Clark, the Wildcat fans sitting here for the home opener seem to be pleased with that one as well.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent crowd here at Lenny and Sharon Martin Stadium. I guess a couple hundred people here, if I had to estimate. It's on this late afternoon on this Labor Day. But you could not have picked a better day to come out and watch a soccer game.
A few Roo fans in the stands as well, and making their way over to Evanston for this Labor Day game.
Yeah, making the roughly 8-hour trek from Kansas City as that ball is headed away off the service, still not out of the box. And then on a second attempt, Miskovich had to be ready and aware for that, as that half volley was struck with authority.
Oh, that was a rocket inside, but nothing too difficult for Miha Miskovich, who's seen no shortage of those in his day.
I mean, fortunately for him, if that ball is really struck a foot or two to the left or the right at that pace, no sure save. But fortunately for him, that was aimed right at where he was standing. Vicente Castro again. These Wildcats are looking to move quickly, and Paul Sun maybe looking to move a little bit too quickly over his Ellis end. The flag is up for offsides.
We've talked a little bit about confidence in terms of this Northwestern team, and the confidence that has really started to come into play in mostly just the passes that are being executed. It looks like the pass accuracy and completion rate has skyrocketed for the Cats in the second half. They haven't really turned the ball over too much, and that's definitely a case for why the Cats have been able to do what they've been able to do in the second half.
Yeah, you can definitely see that the confidence is showing in the moves that they're making. I think it's a great point. And you can see the run that, we're seeing the more frequent runs being made, and another one here by Weiss. And he is now called for an offside. I can't believe it. He's potentially going to be carded. Yes, he is. He's going to be shown a yellow after he was behaving a little bit upset with the call. He kind of heeled the ball backwards. Really, in football, that would just be an unsportsmanlike conduct. Just kind of an unnecessary emotional play that results in a yellow for him. So put that on the score sheet, and he's got to be careful to not pick up another one, or that'll turn into a red. And really, right now, it's an unnecessary situation where he just wants to, if you're Russell Payne, head coach for Northwestern, you just want to get out of this at this point with everyone healthy and everyone available for your games moving forward so they can keep growing. Here's Weiss again after a tumble on the other side of the field. Weiss one-on-one, sends one in and off the crossbar. Bardia Kimiavi on the far side of the field, still down, and cannot believe that there was not any kind of call coming from the referee, who he's now having a spirited conversation with. Kimiabi does get up and look to be just okay. What an attempt! What a one-on-one kind of, from really just standing attempt from Justin Weiss, though. That shows the talent he's got on that right foot.
Yeah, Weiss had his defender really frozen. He faked right and then left and then struck, and even with that, was able to get past the defender with the ball. And if that ball is brought down a few inches, very well might have knocked itself into the net for a fourth goal, but ends up being the 8th shot for the Cats.
It has been all Northwestern here in the last 20 minutes since the second half began. They have netted 2 goals and really controlled the lion's share of possession and chances since then. I mean, you can go with the 2 goals. Northwestern has just had, even if not direct chance, building opportunity after opportunity here. It's almost like, KC's able to clear, but here comes Northwestern again, like every single time, as to the touchline. Castro sends one in, but that is fended away. Again, that's just been the story of the second half, and I think this is not really something you've seen from Northwestern, where it looks like they've just put a wall up nearly at midfield, and they're just going forward at will. It's like practice.
And the confidence in just the touches has been there as well.
McCamey sends one in a little bit too high for a charging Smits. As should he have stayed back, he might have had something going there. But you've got veterans getting in on it. You've got the youth. You've got the transfers. Things are clicking here for Northwestern in the second half after they took a while to in the first. Richie Bennett decided to stand his ground and really not care about the ball. So that'll be a whistle against him as he shoved Kimura to the ground.
He's not afraid to get in the way of his defender in order to get to that ball, but in that scenario, he got more player than he did ball.
Gordon gets a heel on it. It's back in the box. And then the flag is up for offside as Jokic, who scored the game's first goal, is the culprit on this event. '68th minute in Evanston as the sun begins to set and the shadows creep further and further onto Martin Stadium, onto the Martin Stadium pitch. Northwestern with a commanding 3-1 lead, especially with the way they're playing right now. Smits going to loop one around. Here is Arena, can't get to it. And Cooper Clark will scoop it up.
That's one good defensive play away from being another great scoring opportunity for the Cats. Arena was streaking down that center part of the field and really had a great opportunity.
Here come the Roos, and punching it just wide, and he cannot believe it, is Murguia. Well, that was dangerous for Northwestern.
Yeah, not definitely just a defensive breakdown there. There were 3 Northwestern defenders trailing Murguia, and yet somehow he's able to break free, get to really a one-on-one kind of position there with Miskovich, and lucky enough for them, he skies it to the right.
For all the praise we've heaped on Northwestern, and as good as it looked, thus far in the second half, they are just one mistake away from it being a 1-goal game again. Miskovich up to the task. One mistake can make this, force them to sweat this out. So they do have to be careful. Check that on the attempt. It was Lindsay, not Murguia. McCamey tries to settle it and now finds Kimiabi, who is looking to be just fine after that tumble earlier. Here's Kimiabi through a few defenders, tried to lay it back to who he expected a defender to be there, but there was none, and so back the other way go the Roos. Castro will just waltz in front of Happy Melly. Now the Wildcats, all it is just 20 minutes in from here for a multiple goal win. Arena trying to run onto it is just a little too far out of his reach to the clear by Clark.
Clark's been very aggressive in his play today, leaving the box at will, really. We've seen him come up to header out a few plays, punch out a few plays.
A lot of turnovers in the midfield, a lot of giveaways, a lot of tackles made. And Russell Payne is irate that tackle was not called a foul, as Castro probably should have released that one earlier and thus was not the recipient of a whistle there. And then I guess for all those whistles that weren't called, it was pent up and ready as Arena really had no business committing that foul and knew he was going to draw a whistle.
Payne's not pleased with that after one of his players ends up on the ground on the 2 consecutive attempts. It's Kansas City that ends up drawing the foul.
Going to check on McCamey there, who is now up. Looking ahead, Northwestern back in action just 2 days from now with a matchup with Utah Valley. Can't imagine there would be any Utah Valley fans here, but you never know. Then after that, as this cross comes in here, and Dudek got a foot on it that sent it into the top netting.
Again, not a great defensive look for Northwestern. Starting to pile up here the amount of unfortunate incidents really that have resulted. Just as you mentioned, Eli, just one tap away from total disaster for the Cats.
There have been a few of those close calls now where there have been defenders who've had to stick legs out in front of the net, and really at that point you're leaving it up to fate. And Northwestern has been come out on the right side of that of those today thus far, but again, not necessarily a sustainably way to live as a defense. After the Thursday game against Utah Valley, which will be a 7 p.m. kick under the lights here at Martin Stadium, the Cats will travel to Cincinnati on Sunday to take on the Xavier Musketeers. I'll round out the week before they begin Big Ten play on the 17th, which is next Friday in State College. And when they take on the Nittany Lions.
Deng Deng Kerr has entered the game for the Cats.
Yeah, I wonder why we hadn't seen him before after playing a lot of Loyola before. As Arena trying to run on, will then get whistled for a foul after he gave a little bit of a shove to Soler. But Deng Deng Kerr is now in, and I think it's reasonable to say he'll probably see the rest of the way home. It's just about 18 minutes or so, as he'll come in for Gordon. Check that. They've shifted things around a little bit because Gordon is still on the pitch. Bennett's still there, so is Ziegelboim, as well as Dudek and Obeid. It's Arena and Kimiavi up top. Del Valle still in the middle. That ball slips through, still in the box, and a header will fall right to the feet of Miskovich as there is a player down for the Roos. It is Kasic right in the box. He was the one who got a head on it, and he ultimately just couldn't really come at it with any kind of powerful angle to get any juice on it. Again, amongst all the good things that Northwestern has done today, or really did in a 25 to 30-minute period, there are plenty of things that Russell Payne will want to continue to clean up, and Utah Valley will be a very good opportunity for them to do so on Thursday.
Yeah, right there, Ziegelboim just kind of walked out of the path of the ball, it looked like, trying to maybe tap that back to Miskovich. It wasn't exactly obvious what he was trying to do, but it ended up just sneaking past him into a Kansas City attacker, which is not the kind of look you want to be giving if you're a defensive player.
Kimiavi trying to track that one down, and he will do so successfully. All right, we'll check that because it looked like one of the referees was signaling for a corner kick, even though that ball did not go out off of Kansas City and the defender Murtha. But that'll just be a goal kick. Spencer Howard, the grad student, comes in up top for Arena. Again, just good to get Arena some touches and some pitch time in his return, at least after that red card versus UIC. Here's Castells. Sending it down the far side, the near side. Dudek able to nicely turn the corner and then get it to McCamey, all while drawing a whistle. Dudek remains on the deck, holding his right knee, but he's just fine.
He sold it well. Well enough to draw the foul, at least.
He's a grad student. He played in, make sure I have my number, 49 games over 3 seasons for Davidson. He's a battle-tested veteran. He's no secret to the little tips and tricks of the game. As that long ball will go out off of Soler for a throw-in by Obeid deep in the KC end of things. Kimiavi's chatting him up a little bit, maybe give him a little bit of a friendly direction, telling him what he wants. He gets the short throw. He's cornered by a couple defenders, and that will stay with Northwestern as they share words yet again. Northwestern leading 3-1. And they've got just about 15 more minutes to secure this victory. Obeid puts on the Jets to the touchline, sends it in with the left foot. It's on goal, but not hard enough for Clark to have a problem with. It looks like it just grazed off of the midsection of Del Valle.
And surprisingly enough, there was enough spin on it to where it could, direct towards Clark. If he was able to bring that ball down a little bit, maybe get a touch off of it, off his foot, would have certainly been a little bit stronger of a shot.
Whatever attack forward by the Ruse was going to happen there is thwarted at this point, and Kimiavi trying to run onto that is flagged for being offside.
Yeah, that one could have been another great opportunity. Kimiavi, not many people on this pitch are touching his speed, but of course called offsides.
And that's the thing. I think one of the more exciting things about the offensive outburst, let's call it, today is seeing the speed on on Northwestern's forwards between Kimiavi, Castro, who's got good speed and really great footwork, along with Kimiavi. Weiss has decent speed. He isn't that big. I mean, none of them are that big, but Weiss has decent speed. Sun has good speed. You could even say Arena has pretty decent speed. That has the makings of some potential offensive success.
And it's something that Kansas City has struggled with as well against James Madison, another ranked opponent. Their head coach has talked about how that was certainly a point of struggle for them, that they weren't getting back far enough on goals, and that certainly punished them because James Madison's as talented of a team as they are.
A little bit of miscommunication between Howard and Del Valle after Howard was weaving his way through a couple of defenders. I think he was expecting Del Valle to be on the receiving end of a short run, but Del Valle had peeled off, and it will go for a goal kick.
Replacing number 14, Kentaro Hirokawa.
Hirokawa will be subbed out, getting probably a curtain call to his day at this point, you think, with just over 12 minutes left here for the full 90.
Impressive that Kimiavi even got to that ball, considering how far away he was from it when the ball was first struck, but gets all the way across the pitch just for it to be knocked back to Clark.
If you're just joining us, Northwestern scored 2 goals in a period, in a span of less than 6 minutes early in the second half to break this tie. That ball across is too strong. Von Weiss trying to track it down, and he will. But that has been the difference in a performance since then that is, or I guess since really the beginning of the second half, that has looked fairly inspired and much different than the Wildcats' season-opening 2-1 loss against Chicago State at SeatGeek Stadium.
Yeah, they've grown so much as a team since just that first game, and just think about the confidence that they're portraying. Chicago State, as you mentioned at the beginning of this broadcast, Eli, is not a team that you want to be tallying a loss to this early in the season, but this looks like a completely different Wildcat roster than we saw that day.
Yeah, I mean, and I think what sticks with me is Russell Payne knows that this is a process. This is not going to happen overnight. You know, it's a Northwestern program that has really struggled to make Big Ten tournaments, has not made an NCAA tournament in a while, just trying to get back to being a consistent Big Ten player. After their second game of the season, it was a 1-1. It might have been a 0-0 draw. It was a draw against UIC, and he said, you know what? It wasn't necessarily the result that we wanted, but I'm proud of how we grew, especially after their season-opening loss. And I think that's just how he's going to take this entire season. Is his first on the job here. It's a new environment for him, and it's a team that needs to adapt to him as well as they're trying to get better. So every game is just going to be a learning and growing experience for this Wildcat squad. Got a couple more subs for Northwestern. Darley Floorville is now in up top, so it's he and Howard are the forwards. End of the day for Bardia Kimiavi.
Northwestern
Vicente Castro been on the bench for a little bit now.
Replacing number 4, Colin McCamey.
Don Tran now in for McCamey. McCamey, again, gave solid minutes. Solid minutes for the freshman. Logged 44 minutes, basically half the game, and he was involved defensively, offensively, did everything you could really ask for a midfielder, especially alongside Richie Bennett. He and Ron Brown, they can combine to form a formidable pair here as Northwestern prepares to enter the Big Ten season next week.
We haven't called a lot of Ron Brown's name in the second half, and perhaps that might mean that he's doing his job well, but Ron Brown has been a point of positivity for this team, and Tim Lenahan was a big fan of him as he left, and certainly a very talented player on this roster, among others.
Yeah, Ron Brown logging 43 minutes and was very present when he was on the field. Bennett still putting on the motor and going after every ball. He rarely comes out.
No, we seem to have just taken for granted for all he's able to do in pressuring these Kansas City defenders, and something he's been doing across his career.
The Roos need 2 goals and quickly. They've got just about 8 minutes to do so. Well, Northwestern just looks to keep doing what they've been doing over the last roughly 25, 30 minutes, which is just protect their lead and pretty comfortably. They haven't been under assault much. If anything, any kind of danger that they've encountered has been of their own doing. So if they can just stay out of their own way, they will come out of here with a victory and likely a 3-1 victory. As Obaid is taking an extended time on the pitch, and the trainer will come out and take a look at him.
Definitely not what you want to see with just under 10 to play. Having a player down as looks like it just might be a cramp the way I believe that's Deng Deng Kerr is stretching him out.
Yeah, from the way he's being stretched, that's what you'd hope. Obviously, we're not medical professionals here, but especially at this point in the game, he hasn't played a ton. Has Obaid, and he's played half the game. He's played 45 minutes. Came in after Jason Cyrus went down. He played a little bit in the first half, and then once Jason Cyrus went out with an injury early in the second half, actually, check that. When Jason Cyrus went down with an injury towards the end of the first half, Obaid came in, and he's played pretty well. But he's basically been in line to play more than half the game as, again, Russell Payne keeps trying to bring these freshmen along.
Looks like it's Dudek, actually, that took the shot. But he's walking off on his own bearings now.
And now it looks like Ron Brown and Alex Gordon will come back.
Northwestern substitution returning number 17, Rob Brown, replacing number 2, Quinn Dudek.
Dudek will go out. Gordon wasn't coming. Gordon was just coming back off of the sideline from a quick chit chat.
A little bit more urgency from the Kansas City offense now, as you can hear, as they scramble to figure out who's going to throw the ball in.
You know, everything's a rush, you know, even the simple things. As they don't have much time, they've got 7 minutes. So we enter the 84th to mount any kind of a comeback, but it just hasn't looked very likely here, you know, speaking frankly, in the second half. There have been some balls bounding around, but it hasn't necessarily been sustained pressure or, you know, offensive tactics that have led to this.
You got to wonder, maybe we saw a little bit of offensive prowess in the second half from Kansas City, but nothing worthy of a real scoring opportunity. And you got to wonder, maybe they do need to put the gas on a little bit more, as they just pulled an opportunity right there, Eli.
Yeah, as we say that, that's a strong run from the left side from Kimura. Kimura's had a couple of nice runs today. That ball, the cross in just was way too short. And this is where the Wildcats have to be careful to not get caught sleeping. As the ball is played back to Kimura, basically another easier chance at a cross here is in the box around Miskovic, a save, and he knocks it out. Wow, what a save by Miha Miskovic from his backside. Takes a swipe at it to keep the score 3-1.
That'll be one of the best saves you're going to see at Martin Stadium. My God, he was able to block the ball in front of him first and then somehow dive back and get it with just the tips of his fingers. Really great keeping from Miskovic there.
And I would have to think if there was VAR here at Martin Stadium that it would be taking a look at that, because it was awfully close.
It was, and then the Kansas City players had their hands on their heads. They're looking very concerned with.
And we are going to get a stoppage now, as each team is going to gather, and the referee is going to put on a headset.
I was not aware that technology was available.
You know, I mean, they have security cameras everywhere here. I don't know that it's ever been communicated to anyone here, or at least to me, that there's, you know, VAR or of a similar, you know, technology here.
It does look like he's crouching down to look at a screen.
I mean, he was definitely communicating with, there is some kind of official score or game, you know, personnel over there. Although, okay, so both teams are now coming back onto the field. And it looks like it is a confirmed no goal.
Yeah, that was certainly, his arm did go quite far back into his area. Close call there, but
one of the best saves you will see all year. You know, I feel like I can confidently say that now here on September 6th. Whether it is from Northwestern or anywhere else in the country, you will probably not see a save much better than Miha Miskovic right there. Not only the second save, but the sequence of saves.
I mean, that was really impressive. To be able to recover like that and moving across your body in such a short span of time, those are very impressive plays that not a lot of people in this country can make.
So Casey a little bit more alive here, although they only have 5 minutes. They certainly have turned up the pressure a little bit, as Alex Gordon will be whistled for that tackle. As still holding his shoulder, now only to take it off. It's Castells. That one swung in, and a little bit of a mishit from Bennett. It was Lindsay who took the awkward fall. But more and more set pieces here building for the ruse late in the second half. This one swung in. It's a good one. Header is just punched wide. That was an open back post there.
Miskovic was still making his way across the net at that time. If he was able to get a little bit more head behind that, maybe there's
Northwestern substitution.
Talking about a 3-2 game.
Is number 11, Eric Smits. Entering the match, number 12, Logan Weaver.
So Eric Smits
Also
and
returning, number 19,
Logan
Paul
Weaver,
Sun.
as well as Paul Sun,
Replacing
will
number
enter the
5,
game.
Richie Bennett.
Little bit
Number 9,
interesting
Jose
that we haven't
Delvalle.
seen Logan Weaver today,
Number
or
16,
really
Alex
much at
Gordon.
all thus far this season, as he was really such an integral part of what Northwestern did his freshman and sophomore years. Really a utility guy, but has not seen very much time on the pitch here through the first 4 games of the season. Takeaway here. Another chance for Sun. Just him and the goalie. Can he make it 2? Yes, he can.
Wildcats goal.
The composure from Paul Sun has earned himself 2 goals, as we are potentially seeing a star being born here on the shores of Lake Michigan, and his teammates are letting him know.
He's being welcomed to Martin Stadium in a very, very loving fashion. The fans love it, and rightfully so. 2 goals for the first year.
Well, we should certainly get our statisticians on when's the last time Northwestern has scored 4 goals in a game and not an exhibition. As
The
this,
Northwestern goal scored
if there was any
87
doubt about it
minutes,
before,
scored by number 19,
this game is
Paul
out of
Sun.
reach.
His second goal of the game, assisted by number 15.
And again,
Darwin
and that situation, Paul Sun took advantage of it a little bit earlier, but still another, example of his composure. And it looked pretty similar to the last goal as well. He just didn't do all the fancy dribbling that he needed the first time around.
So last time Northwestern scored 4 more goals in a game was November 1st, which was senior night of 2019 against Marion. Do with that what you will. Last time it scored 3 goals from the quick check was honestly one of the best wins Northwestern's had in recent memory, probably along with the Indiana one last year, was September 20th of 2019, a 3-1 victory on the road at number 25 Maryland. But Marion is not exactly, it's a D3 school. So UMKC is a D1 school in the Summit League. So let's maybe look for the last time Northwestern scored 4 or more goals against a Division I opponent.
Regardless, it's a landmark day for the Cats. It's a landmark day in the sense that it's the first home game of a season that Northwestern hasn't really played a real soccer season since 2019. They only knotted up 11 games last year as a result of the COVID shortened season, and now out here in September, that it's got to be a good feeling, knotting 4 goals against a team that showed some success against ranked opponents. And we do like to play with the transitive property here in college sports, but you got to wonder what that means for their future opponents
Replacing number 8,
for
Spencer
the
Howard.
Wildcats.
Here comes a
Also into the
cross,
match, number
and now
13,
sent in
Connor
front. Another
McCabe.
save by Miskovic.
Replacing number 19, Paul Sun.
Right off the foot of Munoz. Munoz, who had 6 goals last year,
For Kansas City, back in the match, number 17.
and has
Johnny Munoz.
yet to score
replacing
this
number 3,
season.
Gustavo
Miskovic
Morta.
has been up to the task here in the second half. And some more subs for Northwestern as they head forward. Theobald could not keep control of it as we hit the final 3 minutes of play as the sun continues to set. 4-1 Northwestern. Bardia Kimiavi got it started for Northwestern with an equalizer off of a great cross from Richie Bennett in the 33rd minute. Then it was Justin Weiss who scored his first goal as a Wildcat, sophomore transfer from Colgate, and then Paul Sun. It's the last 2 have come from him, the freshman, who has turned some heads here in Evanston, even though he's been here just a couple of months on campus. Could be an exciting career for that young Wildcat. As there are some more subs now in the game. Of course, Ziegelboim still in the game, as he hardly comes out, but Richie Bennett will steal some well-deserved minutes on the bench. Connor McCabe now in up top, along with Theobald. Very true. Well, I have to say, from the way this game started, really, especially the first half hour of this game, the last hour has been a completely different story. It's really felt like two different games because Northwestern was playing fine, but they weren't looking especially exciting. And at this point, I don't know, there is some hope going forward for a team that hasn't had a winning season in some time.
I guess ball control is really what it comes down to, because that's been the main thing that I've been able to notice is they've just been able to control the ball so well in the second half.
Von Rees could not catch up to it, and Brown booted it away as Cooper Clark, the 2020 Summit League Goalie of the Year and the Summit League Defensive Player of the Week
Remaining in the second half.
just last week, has now given up 4 today. They've given up 6 in the first 3 games combined coming into this one. Given up 2 a game, and Northwestern decided to double that average. They'll have a chance to steal one back here, and they've got a set piece as this thing winds down right outside the 18. But this has been a solid performance all around from Northwestern, albeit there have been mistakes.
There have been mistakes, and that's definitely what is going to be turned to in the film room once they get back inside. Is against better teams, a lot of these plays might be turned into goals if they don't pay attention.
So it's a short little set piece that ends up being pushed wide, as Miskovich never even had to go for it. And that'll do it at this point. Just 20 seconds left showing on this clock. Miskovich is going to boot this one away. And Northwestern is going to earn its second win of the season in its home
10,
opener.
9,
Definitely the most quality win they've had so far.
5,
Very clean
4,
performance on the offensive end.
2,
Defensive end, there is quite a lot to fix, but
0.
you can take this game and look forward with positivity if you're the
Match
Cats.
with a final score, your Northwestern Wildcats 4.
Northwestern
and the Kansas City Roos
has an
1.
early season winning streak. It is the shortest winning streak you can have, but it is a winning streak nonetheless. A 4-1 victory over the Roos of Kansas City. The Roos drew first blood as Vlad Jokic, off of a fortuitous bounce, knocked in a point-blank shot from the box in the 26th minute, but Bardia Kimiavi answered in the 32nd.